Testing 1 2 3. Testing 1 2 3. Testing 1 2 3. Testing 1 2. Testing. Hey there, hi there, ho there. This is Ralph Hayes Jr., RHJunior, reality check coming to you live over the system of tubes, imitating a boob tube known as YouTube, with another little broadcast of the irregular. I really do need more fiber in my diet. Highly irregular spleen squeezins. Do you feel it? I know I do. Oh yeah. Turn on the little, let's turn on the header. Here we go. Hey, how y'all doing? Well, I didn't do it. I didn't do the show all this week. I kept saying I'll do it in the morning, and I said I was going to do it this morning. And when I woke up, it was the crack of I got up as early as I could, man. I woke up at the crack of noon. Yeah. Can you hear me in there? Just making sure I had the microphone in the wrong place here. But anyway, my apologies because I didn't manage to get on the air. Well, what do you call it? What are you going to call it? On the net, on the web, on the. It doesn't sound the same as saying on the air. Let's be honest. On the air, we've been, the human race has been, quote, on the air for over 100 years. For well over 100 years, and for a little bit over 100 years, and so saying on the web just doesn't have the same impact. It doesn't. No. I'm just gonna let it play through. Super duper pooper scooper. I don't know. All right. Well, I'm gonna do some more drawing. Try and finish up those last. I would love to finish up those last two. Finish up those last two drawings for Wild Wild Weasel. Finish up those last two drawings for Wild Wild Weasel. I swear, I turn into Forrest Gump whenever Wild Wild Weasel's name comes up. If everything is for you, life is like a box of chocolates. Yeah. My objective is to finish those next two drawings for him tonight. That way, we can move on to the 3 or 4 drawings after that. And I can get paid again. And, because I need money. Hey, don't we all? I'm trying to start up the Mango Studio and it's just sort of looking at me. Alright. Okay, I got up this morning. I got up, well, actually, last evening, I'm sitting down. I've paid off the electric. I've paid off the electric bill, paid off the phone bill. Well, the electric bill, the phone bill, the internet bill, and I had just written out a check and stuck it in my mailbox for my lot rent. And I was feeling so happy. I made a full payment to my lot rent, and then I went back over it and said, "Wait, that chair. Remember the chair that I bought? Remember the chair? The chair. It's still here. It's still here. It's just that I think I'm trying to ride this old one into the ground before I switch over to the new one, because." Look, the only way to get a chair that's really comfortable is to go out and shop for it in person, and can't really do that for myself. But anyway, and I realized, crap, I've got a $50, I've got something like a $40, $50 payment to the to Amazon.com, because I divided up into monthly payments, right? And I go, wee! And I run out to my mailbox and I get the envelope and I tear up the check. And I sit back down and I figured up and I pulled up Amazon.com and it said I had 2 more $42 payments this month and next month. And I said, well, screw it. I'll just pay them. I'll just pay the full thing. So I got that out of the way. Paid them. Paid Amazon.com $85. And then I realized I had didn't have enough for rent. Didn't have enough for lot rent. So I said, I had about $150 left. I said, and okay, I said, okay, I'm gonna have to hustle my butt this month anyway. So, I went ahead and put in an order that I've been holding off on Amazon.com, and then I ordered another pizza. I'm a pizza holic. I'm a pizza junkie. I'm just no delivery food, no self-control person. No, once you think that's the thing. You ever been in that situation? You get everything squared away. You think you have your finances squared away, everything squared away down to the last dime, just about. And you sit down and you realize, crap, no, you haven't. And you realize, I'm not going to have enough to pay this person, this person, this person, or this person. And so you just jump ship. Completely, I might have enough to send him a partial payment after all's said and done, but I won't have enough to send him the full money. So I better hustle. I better kick out the jam, son. I better move. I better make some more crap. Okay. All my guards look the same. They all have the same uniform. Doesn't matter what I'm drawing. Chainmail, tabard, boots, gloves. It's kind of sad, I suppose. No versatility! But, anyway, I need to make money. So, I'm going to be trying to make... So, I'm off to a grand start, aren't I? But, you know how it goes. You know how it goes. I'm asking, have you ever done this? Because I want to convince myself that I'm not, I'm not as uncommon an idiot as as I tend to think I am. That's why I asked you, have you ever done this? And so we don't feel like, you know, we can look and see, I'm not such a horrible person. Human nature, I suppose. Trying a halberd. Edit. We copy. Begging your pardon. Okay, let's see. Who do we have all in channel? We have 6 people in channel. Holy crap! Have I ever done what different? Well, have you ever done that thing where you have all your money squared away? You're down to less, and then you realize that you're not going to be able to. You think you had your money, but it turns out you're not going to be able to make a full payment on something for some reason. You think, screw, I'm not going to be able to pay him the full amount, so I might as well just. And then you just in all directions with the money. You just flat out, you'll figure you might as well be, hung for a sheep as for a lamb, and spend the money entirely on something else. That's your rationalization. Then you're sitting there afterwards looking around going, what have I done? Screwed up again. That's what you've done. Duh. I have all the self-control of a lemming on a Grand Canyon tour. So my option is, either be more frugal or make more money. And personally, I'd really rather make more money. Because that's just about as likely. Really. Let's see. Je t'aime. Okay. I swear, you get some, you know, I don't know how many of you go to the website Quora.com. I tell you, you get some seriously stupid questions. Some are just obvious provocation. You know, why is Trump so stupid? That kind of thing. Why is your, you know, why is your waifu so ugly? You know, that kind of thing. But uh, they actually posted one person actually posted this question: is illegal immigration against the law? I just sort of sat there with my hand in my, you know, hand in my palm, face in my palm, just, you know, just for a minute. I finally typed in the answer. You know, say that out loud, slowly. I'm not kidding you. I'm not making this up. Oh, how I wish I was. Oh, how I wish I was. Good night, oh my. Good Lord. Echo in the sounds of silence. Hey, just give me a second here. Just gotta fill these in, and then we layer it. Man, ever since discovering layers, I've been a nightmare with these things. It's just putting things in the foreground, and the background, and the side ground, and under the ground, and over the ground, and the green grass grew all around and around. Okay. Let's see here. Alright. Alright. Oops. Thoughts so far, Wild Weasel? Gonna add a little decoration to that doorway. Merge layers here. Save. This swirly pattern, I forget where I picked it. I saw it somewhere else, used in somebody else's artwork, and it's years and years and years ago, and I can't remember where. I think it was Phil Folio. Phil Folio, the guy that draws Girl Genius. His sci-fi series, Buck Godot. It was very, very interesting, short-lived, you know, like 4 or 5 issues, but good bit of fun. Very, very interesting world building. May I point out a trend? May I point out a trend I have noticed in science fiction, sci-fi, urban fantasy type stories? There is an ever-growing trend of stories about worlds where the common people have to be kept ignorant. You got the Harry Potter franchise. But we're also talking things like the Men in Black. That entire movie series was based on the idea of an organization dedicated to keeping people, the common people, ignorant of aliens among them. Then there was Warehouse 51. Don't know if you ever saw it. And more recently, the Librarians. All of these, you know, the same general premise is that they ran some sort of warehouse or storage facility that you know, they would find these incredible artifacts of wonder and magic or super science or weird science, and they would gather them up and then hide them away from the world in this warehouse so that you know to protect us all from it getting into the wrong hands. You know, that kind of thing. Now, if you can't see the problem with that, we're going to have difficulties in relating to one another. Look, I especially resent the librarians. Look, the purpose of a library is not to hoard books. The purpose of a library is not to stash things away so nobody can find. The purpose of a library is exactly the opposite of that. The purpose of a library is to make the knowledge that humanity has accumulated and written down available to everyone. Impartially, non-judgmentally. Just once, I want to see a show. You know, there are countless cartoon shows and TV shows, you know, where they have to maintain the big secret. You know, to keep up the masquerade, You know, to keep people from finding out that vampires are real, or ghosts are real, or magic is real, or aliens are real, or that you know, or discovering all these weird scientific facts, or finding out the universe isn't the way people think it is. That's wrong. If you can't see why that is fundamentally wrong, why it's fundamentally immoral, what can I say to you? If something can be destroyed by the truth, then it deserves to be destroyed by the truth. Oh. Just once, I would like to see a show. I would like to see a show. Let's turn this premise on its head. I want to see a show where there is this team of explorers and researchers who are dedicated to bringing the truth out to the world. And that the evil organization, that there's this evil organization out there. You can blame it on the government, blame it on a doomsday cult, whatever you want to call it. Of these fearmongers who do not want the truth out, who do not want people to know that the supernatural exists, or that aliens exist, or whatever, and that or that all these incredible scientific discoveries were made, and they're trying to smother it. And the hero's objective is to find these secrets where they've been hidden and bring them to light for the world. Those are the kinds of heroes we need. That's the kind of folklore we need. That's the kind of meme we need in our society. I find it incredibly disturbing that people are entranced by the idea of having a secret organization that puts the blinkers on everybody else. It's very disturbing. Now, the X-Files, that was the original premise of the X-Files. They were trying to discover the truth. But then basically they ran the concept into the ground. No matter what they did, nothing they did would bring anything. Nothing they did mattered. No matter how much they tried to bring the truth to light, it never happened. Not in the entire series. The concept of scholars, scientists, and researchers working to obscure the truth should be anathema to us. It should be anathema to anybody with any inventive or research, with any scientific intent. It should be nauseating. It should be revolting. But we think it's a cool TV show, and we just lap it up. The same people that scream bloody murder because they can't, it's interesting. The same people that scream bloody murder, that Donald Trump is hiding something, or that President Bush was, involved in some sort of secret conspiracy, are the same people that think that the idea of a government that protects us from dangerous knowledge is a great idea. It reflects back to the idea that leftists view humanity as a bunch of children. the concept, one libertarian put it this way: the idea of freedom is the right to be treated like an adult. That you can decide for yourself. That that you are mature enough and adult enough to to carry a gun, or to drink a beer, or to read a newspaper with something scandalous in it. And that it's nobody else's business to tell you what to do. You're an adult. Collectivism, statism is the exact opposite. The idea that there should be some overarching government authority, a big daddy figure, to follow us around and wipe our little tushies and say, no, no, you can't do this, and no, no, you can't do that. This is taking an excessively long time to get this decoration in. Get a little cramp in my arm here. Uh, There's something you have to understand. Something I didn't really grasp until fairly recently. Just exactly how it is. Just exactly how it is that people indoctrinated in leftism, how they see capitalism and the free market and free, free societies. What it is they see when they look at us, when they look at a dedicated objectivist or a capitalist, or and what they really see. The best picture I've come up with is I realized this when I was finally realized what it was about that new movie coming out. What was it called? Fearsome Engines? Mortal Engines. About these rolling cities that devour one another. And I realized what it was that bothered me about it. And I realized what it bothered me about that story and its franchise. It's a story. It's a story of how leftists picture capitalist society as a bunch of cannibals devouring one another. They don't just see it as heartless. They see it as just brute animals. This is. They don't see that consumers are also producers. They don't see that the big scary corporation with its with the tall silk hat and the cigar and the big bag of money at its side. They don't see that the corporation got that way by giving people what they want. They don't see that the company got rich and powerful, by selling things, they think that it got that, uh, they think that that it devoured other people, it destroyed them and stole their wealth. They I've seen all sorts of metaphors, but this was the eye opener. Is a Democrat sees a fat kid in a playground and a Democrat sees a fat kid in a playground full of skinny kids and assumes that the fat kid is a cannibal. Because that's the only way they can see to become wealthy themselves, by stealing it from somebody else. They don't believe that they could produce a good or a service that other people would pay them, a healthy amount for that would pay them for. They can't imagine that. Maybe because they look in the mirror and realize that they're poster children for useless people. They live with a childish fear that something's going to gobble them up, because they don't think that they have anything else to contribute. Look, the whole problem with the movie Mortal Engines. Look, we figured out that system doesn't work thousands of years ago. The Huns, the Goths and the Huns that came riding across. That's how they worked. They came riding in and they couldn't produce anything themselves, so they decided to steal it. They would come in, they would ride in and conquer these cities and steal, loot, pillage, and burn. But after a certain point, they realized they eventually started slowing down and realized, hey, we'd be better off if we just sat down. It's a lot easier to plant the corn than to try and steal it from yet another village. In the end, it was civilization and capitalism that won out against plunder as a viable system. Entire cities rolling around trying to devour one another. It would never succeed. It would fail. It's the output necessary to do such a thing would eventually cost more than what you gained. This is why wars of conquest are self-defeating. There have been thousands of people who tried to conquer worlds, build empires. They build an empire, and then 99 times out of 100. What they have encompassed devours itself. People are under the impression, they go into this under the impression we'll conquer this land and then this land will, we'll conquer this island over here, and then this island will keep pumping goods and stuff to us from now forever. And the more land we conquer, the more stuff will come our way. They don't realize that means the more land they conquer, the more things they consume, that means they have to increase the size of their infrastructure. The reason the Roman Empire lasted so long was because it didn't just engulf and consume its neighbors. Once you became a Roman territory, you started enjoying some of the benefits of the Roman Empire too. It's a poor trade-off for losing your freedom, but still, it was. I'm not saying it was a moral or good thing. I'm saying that this was why they lasted for so many centuries, instead of collapsing like so many other would-be world conquests. You know, the Romans came in, and then they started doing things like laying roads and establishing courts of law, and so. But of course, they eventually reached the threshold where they could not grow any further because they could not sustain the infrastructure necessary to maintain the whole as cohesive. And eventually, the bread and circuses routine they took meant that their borders eventually collapsed. They came apart at the seams. Now that's one of my big problems with that's the problem with the idea as a whole. You remember the alien race on Independence Day? They were supposed to have spent thousands and thousands of years traveling from planet to planet, devouring everything in their path. Well, what happened to them on Earth should have happened to them several thousand years previous. They ran into something that they tried to chew. They bit off more than they could chew and choked to death on it. They keep swarming horror. Either they keep eating and growing until they can't consume enough to sustain themselves, and they die out, or they conquer and incorporate, and they last a little bit longer, but eventually the same results. They eventually incorporate so much that they can't maintain the infrastructure to keep it all in one cohesive piece. It's the same story no matter which way you go with it. Using conquest to, this is what Hitler did. His solution to the problem of his country's problems was conquest, and conquest meant war. And war is good for the economy in the same way cannibalism is good nutrition. Eventually, you can't. Eventually, you get so large you can't. Well, there was this one Star Trek novel I read once. It gives a good analogy. And on that world, everything. This is part of where I got the idea for the modular aliens in Tales of the Questor was from this novel. On that planet. Everything was modular. All the living things, even the sapient race, and the thing of it is that the animals were constantly, everything was made up of little animaloids that would join together and form a larger organism, and they were constantly swapping out, and you could wake up one morning and. Go to bed one night and the horse out in the barn, wake up the next morning, turned into something equivalent of a grizzly bear. Well, anyway, I forget what, I think it was the Klingons that were going to try and conquer this planet, and they tricked the natives. Into going along with it, they were going to, they came within a hair of getting one of their representatives crowned as the ruler of the people. What they did is that they started using pheromones to make the animals merge together into incredibly huge monsters. Conquered by kaiju. And this stampede of monsters, great big Godzilla-sized monsters, comes rampaging out of the forest, and the natives are all like, "Okay, we'll go for it. We'll crown you. You'll be in charge of our country. You just stop this stampede." And Spock is like, "Wait." And the crew of the Enterprise, they're out there with phasers, using them to herd all these monsters together. Try and steer the stampede away from the capital city. And instead of steering away, the animals all bunch up and start merging together into one gigantic monstrosity. 1,000 feet. Basically Godzilla threshold. Hello. And just as they're about to turn over the crown to the Klingons, Spock's like, "Wait a minute, just wait." The monster, boom, boom, boom. It starts marching towards the city, and then it stops. And it starts devouring itself. What it is it had gotten so large, the monster had gotten so large, that it could not sustain itself. And so it started devouring the only thing that was available, itself. And all the little, and parts of it were devouring other parts, and other parts were abandoning a ship and running off into the wilderness. And there's a very good picture of what happens to a nation built on conquest. They hit an upper threshold. And either they stop becoming a conquering nation, or they stop surviving. Now it's back to 11. We got 11. We broke it into double digits. Holy crap, people. Okay, let me stupid music. Okay, let's see. Let me finish up this little frilly stuff here, and then we'll see how much more needs to be done. That's the goal for tonight. Well, we're gonna get these last two pictures done. Let's see here. Sad thing I've noticed lately on YouTube is that a lot of these internet reviewers, lately they seem to spend more time attacking each other than they do in talking about whatever shows or musicians or games or whatever that they're so interested in. It's really kind of pathetic. Why this reviewer sucks so much, and why that reviewer sucks so much. It's just. Almost done. Hate that. All right, all right. It's always tricky getting the lines in straight. Make it feel old. You want to know what makes me feel old? Makes me really feel old? Picking up a pen or a stylus and trying to draw a smooth line and seeing how shaky it is. Make it feel old. Nothing like that. Make you feel old. Okay, what do you think? Tell me, Bob, what do you think? What do you think? What do you think? Is this about, is this about what you're looking for? Okay, you're asking, the six elements. Well, the elements of harmony are, let's see, honesty, loyalty, generosity, kindness, and laughter. Well, I'd say since the fifth one is magic. Here's an interesting thing for you that magic. If you want to talk about now, psychologically speaking, they refer to this as magical thinking, the belief in that disparate things are connected. For instance, look up these terms: sympathy and contagion. Sympathy is the belief that like affects like. That it's magical thinking. It's the belief that it's voodoo dolls is the go-to example. Sympathy is the belief that because the doll looks like your victim, that it shares a connection with your victim. And so when you stick a pin in it, it hurts them. Contagion is a belief that two things that were once in contact still maintain a connection. For instance, a lock of your hair or a drop of your blood put into the voodoo doll makes a connection with you. So when they stick the pin in, ouch. But there you have it. It's about connections. The belief in magic is a belief. Magical thinking is about the way things are interconnected. Another example is the Star Wars concept of the Force, that it's this energy that binds everything together and connects and moves through, and everything is connected together. And what is friendship but connections? They should have made the six elements should have been just simply stated friendship. Hello, it's right there in the title. Friendship is magic. Da 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 da. The element of magic, probably. This is what I'm going to go with when I eventually get around to each of the. You'll notice that in my fan fictions they're starting to learn what each of the elements does. For instance, in the Great Alicorn Hunt, Rarity found out that generosity consisted of finding what people need and getting it to them. and finding out what people need, finding a source of it, and getting it to them. And that's how her power affected her. She needed an almost certainly impossible to find plant as a cure for a sick little girl. And so her element basically dragged her out into the swamp. Here it is, look. Honesty is about telling the truth and knowing that you don't always have the whole story. That's why in the Great Alchemy Hunt, Applejack could realize that somebody was, when she could track down a liar just by their stink, basically. While loyalty was, she learned it was about Rainbow Dash. Learning it was about trust. Who do you trust? Can you trust them? And have they betrayed that trust? And so on and so forth. The others I haven't really gone into yet. But of course, in the audience, there's a slightly different interpretation. How their powers work. In Rainbow Dash's case, loyalty, the element of loyalty gives her the ability to share her strength with others. In Applejack's case, honesty meant looking at something and knowing what it really is. She looked at the artifact left behind by the Tree of Harmony and realized it's a seed. Getting down to the truth of the matter. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and send this to you. If you think of anything that you'd like to add to it, send it back with a note. But Homunculi, Nightbreed, Manga Studio, PNG. I sort of wanted to tie in the decor of her house. This lady elf look. You see pattern repeated. Pattern in her dress, pattern in the walls. Sort of tied it together there. It's my house, bitches. Lady of the house, right there. All right, let's see here. One of the things I've been poking at too is that the concept, the elements of harmony, when I first looked at it, it was, when I was first introduced to the show, I was like, wow, these are very positive messages, very positive attitude, very positive messages. But ooh, beg your pardon. Over time, it occurred to me that one of the things that I forget which stories I pointed it out in, but I believe it's been pointed out in a couple of them, particularly in the audience, that these virtues the 7 elements of harmony could be turned upon themselves. Most people, when they they want to make an anti-element of harmony, they show instead of laughter, it's the element of unhappiness or anger, and instead of honesty, it's deceit, and instead of loyalty, it's treachery, and so on and so forth. But that's too easy, really. Here's a brain stretcher for you. Consider, there are times when loyalty becomes where all these, I can name times where any of the elements of harmony could be toxic. Generosity. What is it? In our society, it's used as a bludgeon. People are, if you object to being looted by your neighbor, they attack you as being selfish and uncharitable. You want little old ladies to starve. Seriously, that's one of the things they'll accuse you of. If you complain about how much of a burden the Social Security system is, and the welfare system is, and all the other taxes and all the other handouts the government gives out are to a taxpayer, oh, you're a selfish, evil capitalist. You want little old ladies to starve and orphans to go hungry and sad and lie out in the street and die. Generosity can be used to convince somebody to bleed themselves white. It can also be used as a bludgeon against other people. I did so much for you. I did so much for you. Why don't you do this for me? Kindness can be smothering. You have people who are so compassionate. It can lead. Think of some of the most horrible things that have been done to people have been done in the name of compassion. Kindness, and loyalty. Every Nazi, every goose-stepping soldier in Germany was loyal. That certainly didn't make them virtuous. Loyalty can be blind. Honesty can be cruel and tactless, and can do more harm if truth, when they say truth is something that should be handled very carefully, this is what they mean is you don't how you present the truth. If you present the truth in the wrong way, it will do as much damage as if almost as much damage as a lie. And laughter can become tactless mockery. It can trivialize serious matters. It can convince people of foolishness. Laughter can become folly. In friendship, does the word codependency mean anything to you? It can be used to rip a human being apart. I don't like. I generally reject the whole uh, Equestria Girls spinoff. You know, I just shun it. I hate it. It was a hack job by people trying. You know, it was a toyetic hack job. If I was in charge of Hasbro, I'd be going around. I wouldn't. I still would be running around the office kicking butts like I was in a room full of one-legged people. But it's an interesting note. Consider, you remember the whole plot of the movie was that Sunset Shimmer got a hold of the element of magic all on its own and used it to turn the entire school into her zombie slaves. Metaphor. Hello, metaphor. Sunset Shimmer, despite being an absolute heinous bitch, was the most popular girl in school. Everybody she led around by the nose thought she was her friend. And she used that to manipulate them. There's your evil use of friendship right there. I have no idea who Grubber is. Remember, I haven't actually, I haven't watched any episodes for the past couple of seasons. That should tell you something. And I found out about the School of Friendship, and I was like, yeah. I think they've oversold the concept, you know what I'm saying? Friendship is a great concept, but it's not the beginning and the end of the universe, you know what I'm saying? It's an important part of life, but it's not the grand sum total of everything. That's the thing. It's always interesting to see new characters, and there's always a, little. There's always a little bit of world building to make it a little more interesting, but still, the concept, no. No. I'm sorry. What? That's another thing. Another example of something being established being turned on its head. Look, one of the first things they established, for instance, about the Cutie Mark Crusaders is that they didn't have a clue about cutie marks. And they and they could not seem to learn anything about cutie marks, no matter what they were told. And yet, what did they end up as? Cutie mark cutie mark interpreters. That's like going to a demolition derby to ask for traffic driving advice. One of the first thing, and one of the things we've established, one of the things we did establish right at the beginning about Twilight Sparkle, she's not a teacher. In fact, when she tries to teach something, she's usually pretty terrible at it. What she is, well, basically a researcher, a student, a perpetual student. Somebody who, you know, who maybe isn't so great at teaching things, but she always wants to learn more. But no, we want to sell a princess castle. And let's pass off the gauntlet over to a reformed villainess to take her place. You know, she loved books, she loved learning, she loved science, she loved you know, magic, which was you know, which in their world is pretty much the same thing. Just a really exotic set of scientific laws, but no, they turned her into a princess, and you know, I've said this over and over again. The main thing wrong with the idea of a princess of friendship is a picture of Twilight Sparkle standing there where all her friends are standing in a circle kneeling to her. That's not friendship. That's, you know, the queen bee at school. You know, the bitch elite who makes everybody else jump through her hoops. You know, Sunset Shimmer. Somebody in that company needs to go back to school themselves on the matter of friendship. Oh, my feet, ow. Oh, let's see, okay. Let's see here. Commissions. It's the Wild Wild Weasel. It's the Wild Wild Weasel. Every time I say your name, I hear Wild Wild West. It's Wild Wild West. Yeah, the Wild Wild West. Yeah. Give me a second here. Come on. Giddy up. Put. Let's see. Homunculi, Nightbreed. Here we go. The floor and walls are a little sparse. I don't know. This just needs something. But we'll go with that. Okay, and now it's on the way. Mr. Wild Wild Weasel, your picture is on the way. Just emailed it to you. Let's see here. Let's see. I don't know. Okay. Let's see here. Last one to do. Cheetah spots. Okay, the dusk breed, cheetah spots, military blouse, trousers, boots, and a helmet. Yeah, let's see. let's see. Open. What do I have down here? Okay. This will work. It's amusing the number of, if you look around, it's amusing the number of errors you will see in anime drawings and manga drawings and such, and oops, and in posters. You'll see some of these airbrushed and photoshopped images and magazines and stuff, and you look closer and you realize somebody screwed up, because it'll be a guy and a girl. A guy has his arm around the girl, and you realize that his hand is in two different locations at the same time. He's got, like, you see a hand on her shoulder and another hand at her waist at the same time. I can't help but wonder what series of errors led to that. I'm going to be tinkering with it a little bit. I think she should really have a sort of a short. Well, I'll work on it here. I'll just show you here. Oh, this one's gonna come out good. I can feel it. I can feel it. A little too far apart here. Let's just. I wonder how many people are going to look at this. Oh, look, he screwed up. There are 5 fingers on each hand. Shut up. I have to smack you. Give me a second. I gotta shift this chair around. Oi. The never-ending quest for a comfortable chair. Spent 200 some odd bucks on this one behind me, and I can't sit in it because it's not ergonomically designed for me. It's just a hair too high, and the seat tilts a bit forward, so it feels like I'm constantly putting weight on my knees and my feet. It's just a little bit too high too. You just can't win. You just really can't. That's what honks me off. Is that when you look for big and tall, everybody assumes that big and tall means tall. You write in, I weigh 500 pounds. They assume that you're Shaquille O'Neal. What nation do you think you live in? Basketball land? Come on. When an American tells you that they weigh 300, 400, 500 pounds, they don't mean tall. What their idea of making clothes for larger people is just take the blueprint, the patterns for a normal sized person, and hit the enlarge button 4 or 5 times. So that by the time you get up to a waist size that fits you, the sleeves are like 15 feet long. Oops. I just realized I only put 4 fingers on this hand. He screwed up twice. Shut up. Makes me think of this physics professor, this physics teacher. He had this demonstration he do. He taught in a big auditorium. Basically a great big huge auditorium. And for his demonstration, he was doing a demonstration on physics, on gravity, and I forget what he was specifically covering, but. Every year he would do this. He would have this, for every year and for every class, he would do this demonstration. He'd have a baseball, suspended from like a magnet up in the rafters, and directly below it, in the bleacher seats, he would teach in a gymnasium, in a big class, and in the bleacher seats would be a bucket full of sand, and he would test. He would line up, and the idea was that the ball would fall down, usually boom, and it was a demonstration of kinetic energy and force and all that. And every year he'd set that up, he'd line it up, he'd have it perfectly set up, and he'd set the bucket up. And every year somebody would move the bucket over one space, and he'd push a button, and the magnet would go beep, and the ball would go. Excuse me. And the ball will go straight down, and the ball will go thunk, 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 thunk down the stairs. So one day he got smart. Okay, he got real smart. He set the bucket up. He got it all lined up, and did a test run, and it landed in the sand, perfect. So he took a piece of chalk, and drew a circle around the base of the bucket. Right around, traced the bucket. The base of the bucket, right where it was. There was no way they were going to move this. Well, apparently it's his own fault for teaching an advanced class. He had to deal with smart kids, because somebody came in, moved the bucket over one space, drew another circle around the base. Now here's where it gets clever. They moved the bucket back to the original circle, okay? And then they brushed out, loosely brushed out the new circle. You got that? They moved it out of the lined up circle, drew a new circle, moved it back, and then brushed out the new circle. Well, the professor, he comes in, he gets a little smart too. He comes in right before class and he double checks and he looks at it and he sees his bucket sitting there in its circle, and right next to it is a smudged out another smudged out chalk circle. And so he goes, ha ha! And he grabs the bucket, he moves it over into the smudged out circle. And then he goes down, gets down to his little podium, and he picks up his buzzer, beeps, thunk, 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 thunk. Legendary. Simply legendary. Then I heard of one professor, it had gotten around over the years, this particular professor, we're talking a Professor Binns type of professor, does things practically by tape recording. And they found out he'd been teaching this class for so many years, and he used the same lesson plans every time. And basically, he had a basically written down speech that he would recite verbatim with every class, and he would time it so that the speech, his speech ended exactly as the bell for next class rang. Well, a couple of his students got into the classroom, and they took apart the clock and put a little controller inside it. The clock up on the wall. And they put a controller inside it. And every day for like a month, they sped the clock up just a little bit. He said by the end of the month, he was talking like a chipmunk. Come on. Oh, come on, computer. That was me. I tend to stutter when my ideas start running ahead of me. I'm just thinking give her a short khaki vest, a short tactical vest, something like that. That wasn't the sound bugging out. That was me. You ever done this number? Drive up to Wendy's, and they come on the microphone. And you just lean out to the microphone. Give them your best Charlie Brown's teacher repetition. Wah, 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 wah. I saw a video of two guys doing this. They drove up to different. They drove up to it when they drove in. And it's like, well, they're not gonna help you. And the guy leaned out the window. And there was this long pause. And the lady came back. That'll be 2 cheeseburgers and a Coke? Will that be all? So I guess she was like using the force or something. Most of these descriptions that you're giving me, they really don't leave enough room for a lot of skin to show. That's the thing. So if they have skin patterns and stuff, it really doesn't show. No, not like that, not like that. No. Ow. Excuse me a minute. That's a little ridiculous looking, but of course, they're an artificial life form. You got to figure that going to be some ridiculous proportions one way or the other. Professors, are their boobs supposed to be that big? You know. Well, like you wouldn't in their place. That would explain the huge eyes. They were trying to make anime chicks. Darn it. Drew it on the wrong layer. It's easy enough to fix. Well, easy but tedious. Now the helmet, is it supposed to be like a space helmet or a military helmet? I'm guessing from context a military helmet. Or something in between. Like a visor or what? That kind of stuff. You know, a little information. Come on. Oh, just a regular Kevlar military helmet. Okay, okay. Okay. Well, let's worry about that. Okay. Let's see. Is this just a minute? I gotta. All right, all right, all right. Yeah, just everything gotta work. Come on, come on, come on. Come on, computer, giddy up. Might need a little redesign on the helmet. I'll see what I can whip up here. As as to the behavior of our men and women in arms, as one great poet put it, if simple men in barracks ain't all your fancy paints, well, simple men in barracks don't turn into plaster saints. With the ears, it's not going to be very easy. You know, get a. I'm gonna see. Look up Kevlar helmet. just a basic chin strap and thingamajiggy. It'll just have to be kind of over large on her head. That's a thing. I don't know. I don't know. I think that's as close as I'm going to be able to get it. I've been reading fan fiction lately, Harry Potter in the Marvel Universe kind of thing. Despite its drawbacks, like giving Harry a harem, which I'd go to great lengths to ignore. It's a pretty interesting story. He basically Harry ends up giving the entire Marvel universe a big kick in the pants, primarily to prepare them for the fact that you live in a universe with the Kree, the Skrull, and the Shi'ar, empires which could wipe you out in a blink. Maybe you ought to get off your duffs. Stop worrying about whether your next door neighbor is a mutant, and start preparing your nation. Start preparing your planet. For a bigger role in the galaxy. Let's just say that a lot of characters suddenly lose their plot armor. Villains in particular. What gets me is that he dumps all over the Hulk. He dumps all over Bruce Banner. The author does, basically. And basically says to Bruce Banner, you are responsible for all these deaths that the Hulk caused because you didn't go for help. Like, wait a minute, canonically, Bruce Banner, he had nobody to trust. Think about this. Think about this. Canonically, going by the movies, whether you go by the movies or the comics, but I'm going. It's, the fan fiction in question is largely influenced by the movies, so I'm going to go with the movies. Look, he was being hunted by a rogue branch of the U.S. government. Thunderbolt Ross and his loose cannons were out to capture him and turn him into a human weapon. Now, what precisely was Bruce Banner supposed? Let me back it up a step. What precisely was Bruce Banner supposed to do differently? Turn himself over to the government? The government already demonstrated that they were going to turn him into a guinea pig and use him, and either use him as a weapon or use him to make new weapons. To create an army of monsters. In fact, that canonically, that's what created the Hulk in the first place. It turns out that the accidental, quote-unquote, explosion of the gamma bomb, the accidental exposure of the gamma bomb, wasn't an accident after all. That Thunderbolt Ross, and his little packet of goofy mad scientists had arranged for the gamma bomb bunker to be about several miles too close, just to see what would happen to anybody exposed to the radiation from this new explosive. So he couldn't trust the American government. He couldn't trust the government. He couldn't trust the military. And what? He was supposed to go to another government? Oh, the United Nations. Great. The one that put Saudi Arabia on the Human Rights Commission. If you think that America is the only country where the government is doing dirty deeds behind closed doors, you are a dumbass. If you think that any other, if one country has a Thunderbolt Ross, every last one of them does. No, and ironically, in the story, even while Harry Potter's, lashing out at Bruce Banner for not going to the governments of the world for help, he himself is so paranoid he won't trust any of the governments on the planet. With the technology, with the stuff he's managed to rake together in his little trip from universe to universe. So he's basically demanding that Bruce Banner should have gone out and thrown his fate into the hands of the very governments that he himself doesn't trust. And it's also canonical that Bruce Banner, he did everything in his power to keep from harming people. He traveled out into the boonies, out into Tibet, out into the mountains, and hid out in the jungles in Africa and South America, as far as from civilization as he could get. And Dunderbutt Ross kept chasing him down. He tried to go to other scientists for help, but that only got him, he went out on the internet, tried to contact other scientists. That got him tracked down faster. That was the opening plot of the movie. That he had contacted another scientist, and they were working together on a cure for him, and Ross and his men tracked him down by his internet communication. Oh, you should have gone to the press. Yeah, great. That way they could track him down faster. In fact, it's kind of Bruce Banner, after a particularly bad event where he lost, he got turned into the Hulk and people died, he tried to kill himself. He says he poisoned himself and he, the other guy shrugged the poison off. He put a gun in his mouth and pulled the trigger, and the other guy spat the bullet out. So he had clearly, Bruce Banner had literally done everything. He even tried to kill himself to stop the Hulk. But this writer wants to, treat him like a bitch because, he didn't do enough. You should have seen the commentary I wrote on that particular chapter. Look, what's wrong with you people? I mean, the Hulk's been, Bruce Banner has been shot, blown, dropped out of planes, poisoned, given lethal doses of tranquilizers, fired a gun into his own mouth. He's even had an atom bomb dropped on him, and he keeps coming back. Now, don't get me started on the Ultimates version. The Ultimates, where everybody that hated Marvel Comics goes to write Marvel Comics. The Ultimates version is basically an amoral jackass. He's a complete simp to start off with. And he screws around and accidentally turns himself into the Hulk, gets a cure, and then he hates being such a wimp again that he turns himself back into the Hulk. And this Hulk is an absolute monster. He's not, some big overgrown innocent child like in the canonical, in the main storyline. In the Ultimates, he eats people. What the hell is wrong with the people that work on the Ultimates comics? I swear. I'm serious. Every single person that works on the Ultimates comics got to be the most laden with emotional dysfunction people that they could find to work on them, because they turned every single character, every single Marvel hero in the Ultimates is basically just a vile asshole. Even Captain America. We live in such a benighted world. People have no moral clarity or comprehension anymore. Check my email. Okay, I'll check my email. Think I've got the helmet down. I'm just... Oh, give me a second here. All right. See what I'm going. Let me see. Let me show you what I'm going to do here. It's just Gmail. Here it says where Gmail. Google. All right. Come here. Come on. Draw already. You would not believe how many times I've heard, is that a guy or a girl? Now to draw the flak jacket. Make her boobs bigger. I've only heard that once. And that was from Wild Wild Weasel. She needs to look more female. Well, you know what that's code for. I'm just teasing you, man, obviously. Sure? Okay. Okay, let me just do this version, then we'll do it the other way first, the second way. All right. The loose vest, you know, it implies more emotion. You know, jumping. Seeing as this is an action combat shot. I still have to add the splashy stuff, you know, the special effects. The boom from the boots and all that. Don't worry, this is easily changeable. That's why I'm doing it, just to show you what I had in mind. I'm thinking of it. Let's. Hmm. Ow, 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 ow. Oh, my butt. Ugh. Butt falling asleep on me. Oh, this here. Give me a second here. Lean back. Yeah. Clear up those, clean up the blues there. Okay. So, do you want to go with this, or do you want to go with something a little bit more different? Do you want to go with this, or do you want to go with the other look that you were suggesting? Let me work on the background here while you're thinking about that. Tell me if I come close to what you had in mind. That ain't right. I'm trying to picture the spiraling obelisks you described. Like everything, you know, this is, you know, remember everything here. I can change it. I can change it. I can change it. You just gotta say. And then I'll quibble and whine and snivel and go, but I didn't want to do it that way, and end up doing it your way. Before you ask, I'm doing this for a very particular reason. It's this line here. Okay. Let's try this. How's that look? In a breathable atmosphere, the planet and its rings would be blue shifted, or in black and white drawing, gray shifted. So it would be softened by distance, and it would be softened by the atmosphere, and also fade into the atmosphere. There we go. Now let me touch up these rocks. Just a minute. The airbrush. Slightly smaller, just 50. Let's see, try smudging it a little bit. Brush, brush, brush. Airbrushy. Brushy, brushy. Oh, might help if I sitting there like this over a long period of times can be a bit trialsome. Okay, let me save what we got so far. La la dee da da da, la dee da da da, la dee da da da, hotsy totsy da 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 dee. I don't know. República Dominicana.
It's a República Dominicana. La proposition.
Okay. Now, save this. Okay. Layer, merge layers. Okay, and now what we're gonna do? Gotta add the leopard spots in a little bit, but let's see here. Do that last. That's why we do that last, cause do roody doo doo, roody toodly toodly doo doody doo 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 roody doo doo. There we go. Okay. And I'm going to duplicate a layer. That way we can practice on this a little bit without having to keep undoing everything. Here, let's see here. How's that grab you? Just hold on a second here. Let me refresh that. Articles of impeachment. They're still talking about that. They're still talking about trying to impeach Trump. For what? Being orange in public? Okay, can I send you the whole file? Well, yeah, I can send you the. It's actually a Manga Studio 5 file. Do you have a Manga Studio 5? Okay, I'm going to copy this layer, then I'm going to undo a bunch of stuff. See if I can get it all the way back to multi-layer. No, that's as far back as I can go. I'm afraid that's as far back as it goes. Okay, I have this layer, and I have this layer. I wish I'd seen you requesting that file before I merged the layers. I can't unmerge them now. But you got this version, and you got this version. Got this version, and this version. And this one, that's it. Okay, okay. Okay. DB2P. DBH2. Ping. Save. Yes. And this is where the computer craps its pants. All right. I have one with and one without the flashy sound wave thingies. Oh, that's what they're calling it now? Well, allow me to change my recommendation from Manga Studio 5 to Clip. Clip! Clip, you suckers! Okay, let me see here. Wild Wild Weezer, reply. Okay, let me send you both files here. I'll send you what I got here. I'm sorry about that. I wish I'd seen you what you were. Oh, there you go. I'll throw in the. I'll throw in the. I don't know what condition it's in, but I'm throwing in the LIP file. That's the format of Manga Studio, for those who wondered. Just in case. Just, you see, you might be able to do something. I don't know. But okay. And here we go. And there you go. And where's my music? I need my musica. La musica. Por favore. And MX4. Four pictures. I'm so excited. Did you hear me breathing? Yes. China claims it has landed a rover on the far side of the moon. Uh-huh. Do I believe this? I'm not so sure. I trust nothing that comes out of a former Soviet country, former communist country, and especially not a current communist country, or even or let's put it this way, just a flat-out screwed-up country, which is redundant. I remember when the lead singer of the Grateful Dead died. Makes me feel old. I was never even, I didn't even like Grateful Dead. I did like, I will get by, I will survive. I liked that one. But that was about it for me, for as far as the Grateful Dead were concerned. I don't know how many layers are in that lip file, but have fun. I'm referring to a commentary when they were talking about. There's some commentary about when the Chinese were talking about how they were planning on landing on the moon, and some guy wrote, somebody wrote, wouldn't it be something if the Chinese went up there, landed, and just accidentally knocked over the American flag that's planted there? And there's some other guy, he said, It says you're talking like the Americans would just restart their entire space program just so they could go up there and plan a new one. My favorite comment was at the bottom is, speaking as an American, I guarantee you that is exactly what we would do. Oh man. You want to know if we would do something like that? I'm like, you don't know us very well, do you? You must be new here. Let me put it this way. For those who weren't there the last time I told this story, on the border between North and South Korea, in the no man's land, right dead smack on the line between North and South Korea, grows a tree. Now, originally there was another tree there. That tree grew there right in that exact same spot. And one day, the North Koreans, to show everybody who was boss, went out there and chopped that sucker down. Because they've been arguing back and forth whose tree it was. They went out there and chopped it down. The next day, some American soldiers with some shovels, some wheelbarrows, some armored vehicles, I think a couple of tanks, and quite a few guns, and one little sapling went out to where that tree had been chopped down, pulled up the old stump, dug a hole, planted the new tree in exactly the same spot, and went home. And basically looked north and said, come at us, bro. That tree is still there. Actually, to make the sound effect, the sound waves, I just used the smudge tool. I put it all together, and I compacted the layers, and then I used the smudge set on on fingertip, and just. Now you got me giving away my secrets. Shame on you. Let's see. What is this? What is this? What is this? Here we go. That's not the header. It's not what I want.
This is not what I want. This is not what I wanted. I wanted the other window. There we go.
Give me a count. Be sure and give me a count. Give me a track. I want to hear how many people look at that thing. I want to hear how many people look at that thing and look at you and go, but she's got the wrong number of fingers. It's an interesting thing. You can draw them with only 4 fingers, and nobody notices. Why? Because pretty much every cartoon character ever, since like the days of the early black and white days, silent movie era, has been drawn with 3 fingers and a thumb. But you draw too many, and you draw too few, nobody notices. You draw too many, and I guarantee you there will be people who go out of their way to point it out for you. It's symptomatic of that old internet phenomenon. You know how to get an answer to your question about internet technology, or a question, any kind of answer to any kind of question on the internet. You want to know how to get an answer to any question on the internet? Get it right. Don't ask a question. Don't ask a question on a forum. Some dingleberry, there will be half of them will be dingleberries who think it's funny to give you incorrect information. Half of the remainder will be people who don't know what they're talking about, and maybe one of them will know exactly what it is you need to know. No, if you want the correct answer to a question, what you do is you post the wrong answer. write it up as, write it up as, I'll just let you know that blah, 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 and post the wrong information. They will come in from miles around to sit down at that keyboard on the other side of the screen, blah, 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 and correct your butt. C. Highland was paying attention to the comics. You're not a magician, you're a natural philosopher. A natural philosopher is what they used to call a scientist. And natural philosophy was not so much a profession as it was a hobby for the well-to-do. Okay, you were saying that you had some more. Okay, I was asking you earlier, Wild. What'd you say the next ones were? Lizard people? Well, whenever you find the data, send it in the payment for the next batch of drawings on in. I'll be waiting with bated breath. Worms in my teeth. Ogres, yokai, lizard people, bird people, dragon people, and clockwork people. Clockwork people. Now that one has me interested. I've been fooling around with the idea of here's an idea for a Harry Potter fan fiction. A self-insert fan fiction. The protagonist falls asleep reading his way through his Harry Potter collection yet again. He falls asleep in his recliner with the Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone on his chest, and he wakes up in Hogwarts as the troll. Oh, I know that. I know what bated breath means. I just like to toy with people. Of course, you got to be careful about that sort of thing. I still remember the guy who nearly got rode out of his own hometown on a rail because he used the word niggardly in a sentence. We live in an age of stupid people. Well, you didn't know when you asked. How many people don't know what a word means and run off with their first conclusion? Like the people that tried to run that guy up on a flagpole for saying niggardly. To be fair, it doesn't sound like a word you want to use anyway. Never rely on a prejudiced person to be more as well educated as you are. My dad keeps gloves in his glove compartment. Work gloves. You know, in case he has to fix the car. You know. It used to be when a lady, but it used to be when a lady went out on the town, she had her gloves with her. It used to be when you went driving, you wore gloves anyway. You had to wear gloves, goggles, a coat. Those things were open, man. You get everything in your face. Yeah, it does that from time to time. It looks clear on this end. It looks fine from here. Not much I can do about that. Oh, it turns out the guy that got sued for baking a cake, and I was talking about it yesterday. It's in the comic strips. His topic of his comic strips is that I thought he was getting sued again. But what it is, he is suing the state. He's suing the local government for the right to say no. Because the tranny came in and wanted to have him bake a cake celebrating his transition from man to mutilated man with a psychological problem. I don't know how to fix it. If it's fuzzy on your end, there's not much I can do. According to this, the stream health is great. I know you're joking. Change the resolution by clicking on the gear. What gear? Speed, normal, quality, auto, 360. Now I've turned it up to 720. High density. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. Let's see what it does. I don't care. Looks the same to me. Maybe I'm fuzzy. Maybe you're all clear and I'm fuzzy. I don't know. Coinkadinkly, I have a goal for this month. It's to pay my bills. Yeah. All my feet hurt. Ah ha ha ha! If a mute kid swears in sign language, do his parents wash his hands off with soap? If you choke a Smurf, what color does it turn? If our knees bent backwards, how would a chair be shaped? I can see clearly now. I didn't do anything. Seriously, I didn't do anything. I changed what I see, but I didn't change anything that's going out to you. I don't know, man. It's just confusing to me. They don't tell me nothing. The YouTube people, they don't tell me nothing. They just come and accuse me of making copyright. Oh, man. I'm kind of hurting. Whew. That's interesting, is knowing that sunflowers can be used to clean up radioactive waste. Man, that's something you don't want to find out after you've picked and eaten the seeds, man. We use those to suck the radioactive material out of the soil in the farm. It works great. Can't you tell by the glow on our faces? The last duel in Canada, fought by two guys. One froze in horror and the other one fainted. Turned out the guns were loaded with blanks. Oh, Canada. Oh, Canada. No, actually, I'd heard something general along the lines that plants could soak up toxins in the soil. That's where I came up with a general idea. The thing about the explosive pancake mix given to the Chinese insurgents. Man, talk about explosive diarrhea. Konnichiwa! You know, the idea of the plants actually concentrating the stuff enough to make droplets of aluminum, or even crystallize into sapphires and rubies. That's strictly my own thing. That's I suspect that you'd have to have an insane level of concentration of metal in the soil for that to work. I don't know. Maybe not. Maybe not. Aluminum is supposed to be the most plentiful metal in the Earth's soil. I don't know. You'd have to ask them how much aluminum could you get out of an acre of soil? I don't know. I just ran with it. Oh my. Let's see. What were the names of the towns? I haven't thought of this in a while. I have to go back and check some of my notes. Okay. Freedom Shore, Helliphite, Ridgedale, Sanctuary City, obviously. I'm just naming off the 7 cities in Quentin's homeland. I cribbed a lot of notes on, it's very obvious that the situation that the Rakonans are is something of an allegory of what the Israeli people are going through, their homeland. And there being an itinerant species, an itinerant race that eventually claimed their homeland and fought off a monstrous enemy attack. But of course, there's a lot of divergent points. It's only in the broadest strokes, really. But Freedom Shore is the village. It's the boat village on the southern shore of the northern lake, of the Great Smoke Lake. You wouldn't believe how many different books I consulted to try and figure out if the layout I came up with for the way the swamp and the lake and the villages and the lands in between were laid out, whether it was feasible or not. If it's not, I don't know what to tell you. And a little thing about Freedom Shore, the northern, it's a boat village. The houses are either built on docks or on boats, houseboats, that cover the southern shore of the lake. It brings a whole new term to the meaning. Brings a whole new meaning to the term harbor town. But I'm not sure if I put it in the footnotes or not. But the thing of it is that Freedom Shore was the Rakonan colonists who settled Freedom Shore were originally balloonists. See, those wicker boats that they live in, those are based off a real thing too. Here, let me show you this. Let me see if I can find the image. Wicker boats. Now, these are only the little tiny coracles. I'm just talking about this. Here we go. I think I'm coming down here. This is in. These are actual boats. Let's see here. I looked it up. I even based the style. These are, I believe, India. Here we go. And window capture. I'm trying to enlarge the picture and it's not cooperating. Check that out. That's the design that I got it from. That's one of them. This is in India. These wicker houseboats. They're very common. I based the design of the Freedom Shore houseboats on these, and it's also the design of the gondola for Quentin's airship. See, originally the settlers, the Rakonan settlers, flew. They had little houseboats like that. They would land on a lake and settle down for a while, and then when for whatever reason they had to move on, things got hostile, they would take off from the lake. They would travel as a flotilla of hot air balloons. Well. I see no point in owning a houseboat and never taking it anywhere. They're asking whether Madonna got butt implants. Madonna. The woman is old enough to be a great-grandmother now. She looks like beef jerky. Good night. I can't think of a worse waste of silicon. If I was going to have a houseboat, I'd want a houseboat, as in a boat, and not these little flat boats with a house on them and just barely stay buoyant, you know. And you know, one wave comes along, whoop, over they go. You know, no thanks. Give me a boat, put a house on it, a real boat. And then get sick of your neighbors, just up anchor and gone. You know? Rent's too high here. Well, we'll leave. Take the house with us. Oh, Lord. Man, somebody is digging up old nostalgia, man. First they're talking about... man, they're digging up the fossils now. They're talking about... Madonna getting butt implants, and now the surgeons recount the day they reattached John Bobbitt's penis. That was barking mad, you know. The woman flipped out, took a knife, went into the bedroom, whack. Then she drove off in their car and chucked his wing-wang out the window into the outside roadside. Can you imagine being the cop that found that? Give me some gloves. On second thought, you come over here. Hey, rookie, come over here. We got something for you. It's time to learn how to collect evidence. Now, that's the thing of it. Is that she got, you know, the reason she wasn't convicted of anything, she claimed that her husband abused her. She claimed. No proof, of course. And then he went to court and you know, and he said she's mutilated me, and they didn't convict her of anything. And then they tried to convict him of spousal abuse and didn't. So according to the law, nothing happened. Can you imagine being Mr. John Bobbitt and a judge hands down that choice? Well, according to the law, essentially nothing happened. Well, here's Exhibit A, right in the forehead. And they had several copycats too. Women flipped out and, you know, willy whacking. And everybody in our society, you know, yeah. We're all talking about how women are. And you know, a man claims that our society is tilted against men, and no, everybody scorns him. Yet, you know, some guy gets mutilated with a butcher knife in the most horrible way imaginable, and it's a Saturday Night Live joke for months. Can you imagine what would happen if some guy took a knife, chopped off a woman's boob, and like threw it in a blender. Yeah, there was one woman that did it. She chopped it up, threw it in the garbage disposal. Everybody thought it was frickin' hilarious. If a woman suffered anything remotely resembling it, this nation would grind to a halt. I mean, there would be protests, and there would be campaigns, and there would be guest spots on Oprah, and woman, you're a testimony to courage. There's a lesson here. This is something Mr. Bobbitt should have learned. Well, the instant he met that woman. Don't stick it in crazy. You might not get it back. What you gonna do? What you gonna do? What can you do? Is there anything you can do? No, there's nothing you can do. This is what men are expected to put up with. Gee, I can't figure out why men aren't marrying. You try and point out to a woman the reason men aren't getting married is because a woman can do literally anything to a man and get away with it. Cheat on him, steal all his money, destroy his property, destroy his possessions, out, right up to mutilating him with a butcher knife. It's all fair game. And their first reaction, what's the woman's first reaction? I would never do that. Not every woman. Hashtag, hashtag, hashtag. They can't quite grasp the idea that it's not an issue that every woman would. It's the fact that every woman can. We are a rape society. What a load of shit that is. What a load of crap that is. A man sexually assaults a woman. The other inmates will gang up on him and stomp a mud hole in him. A man raises his hand to a woman. To complete strangers will come running from either end of the street just to kick his ass. Rape culture. They don't know what a rape culture. Any woman that talks about our country, our nation, or Western civilization in general being a rape culture needs to be picked up by the authorities. Stuffed on an airplane, and strapped into a parachute pack, and just airdropped over a couple of the real rape cultures out in the Middle East. Welcome to Planet Enlightenment, honey. A woman can do anything in her society. She can sexually mutilate her husband with a butcher knife. Cheat on him with a pool boy. Destroy his home. Wreck his property. Libel and slander him in the courts. She can go out and have can have his baby ripped out of her womb with the medical equivalent of a coat hanger. She can murder her own baby. Heck, she can be lazy, give birth, and then drown it in a bathtub, and everybody be talking, oh, she had so many problems. what was wrong with her husband? He didn't see how how depressed she was. You remember that case? There was one woman left her kids strapped in the back seat of her car, let it roll off into a lake. The last thing those kids saw, they went down watching their mom stand on the shore, watching them drown. There was another woman flipped out, drowned all her kids in a tub, one after the other. She had like 4 kids. She had to chase down the last couple. You figure? Can you imagine that? Being, being a little kid running and hiding. No, mommy, don't. What do they talk about? This poor woman with postpartum depression. A woman can do anything in this country and get away with it. Just because she's a woman. That's the problem. Not every woman would, but every woman can. I'm sorry. I always run off on that rail. I always get, detoured off on that track. I apologize for that. That's a bummer of a thing to think about, especially at 11 o'clock at night on a Thursday in January. January, the Monday morning of months. From October to December, it's fa la 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 la. And then after January 1st, it's like, we've been fortunate. We've been fortunate around here. It's been fairly mild. Thank you, Jesus, because I don't want to see what it's going to be like trying to stay warm when serious freezing weather comes through. Of course, with my luck, all the freezing weather is going to come in, like March. Or April. I've been fortunate so far. But I don't expect my fortune to last forever. Oh yeah, it's been pretty wet. Plenty of rain. Blah. But I would mind the rain less if I didn't have so much mold in my house. Really, if my roof didn't leak, I wouldn't mind the rain so much. If I had a nice watertight mobile home trailer, I'd love rain. Oh, have you ever seen those? What is a streamline? Those those old-fashioned aluminum, teardrop-shaped trails. The ones that look like a big silver bullet. What are they called? I forget the name of the company. Those things. I once saw a documentary on the factory that still makes them. And the outer skin is one whole piece. They took that, and it showed. They take that skin, they put it in a chamber, and torrents of water, buckets of water are dumped on it for like a day, and then they check the inside for any leaks. That's how watertight those things are. They don't leave the factory if they aren't absolutely 100% watertight. Those are impressive, you know what I'm saying? The Rakonan Preacher. Really, whether, talking about the Rakonan Preacher who went with the Graham. Do I have a plan to do a slight short side story with him ever again? Not really. I don't really, I have only vague ideas of what's going to happen in the future with any of my stories in my comics after a while. Just broad brushstrokes. Broad brushstrokes. I might do a short little vignette someday. Maybe, maybe not. Probably not. Don't know. Can't say, can't tell you. If I ever do, he's going to be instrumental in that. You remember that? You remember that young wizard boy, the human boy with the rather devastating Lux power. And then I will not hesitate to tell you that, writing a fantasy story with all that magic in it, it has been sometimes it is a moral and ethical headache. I think I would have been better off by miles just, excising any magic right from the beginning. Any reference to magic, any pseudo references to it, anything. Just go straight, steampunk or sci-fi, or just fantastic, and just leave it flat like that. No, it's too much of a pain in the butt sometimes because. There are too many people who have ethical objections to it, too many, and there was a time when I had problems with it, so, better, but it's always better not to do stuff that is going to make you question yourself. That's why I've gone to such extreme lengths to, as the saying, as the trope is called, doing in the wizard. Airstream, yeah. Those are the boogers that make those silver bullet. They say Airstream, they're still pretty much the best in the business. For just that reason, quality control, my man. Holy mackerel. Okay, for any of you who have been thinking about it, one of my objectives, I'm trying to get more Patreon patrons. Those who do sign up with the Patreon, even I'll spit it out. For little as $5 a month, you get access to extra artwork and to the you get it free desktop every month. I'm a little bit behind. I'm trying to catch up. I still got to do October, November, and December. Just gotta settle on what they're gonna be of. But I'm trying to think of other things to add to the Patreon to add more appeal, without once again overloading myself. The goal is to reach. I currently have 105 people who make pledge and support me. A big hand to all of them, and a big thank you to all of them for helping me out, like that, and supporting my efforts to create these comic strips and artwork and comics and stories and everything, get them out on the internet. But my goal is to eventually, I bring in just a little bit over $400 a month through them, and I would like to reach a point where I only have 100 people on Patreon. I would like to get that up to 1,000, even as little as $1. You know, you know, even as little as $1 makes you a Patreon pledger. Frankly, I'm thinking of I'm considering dropping the $5 tier down to 1, so that if you make a pledge, you should get something. So, you know, a desktop would be nice. So, if I can think of something else to add, I might do that. So, if you know of anybody who's got a yearning to be a patron of the arts, be sure and direct them to my Patreon page, www.patreon.com/RHJunior. No punctuation. Anyway. Does anybody else have any questions? Anything they'd like to ask about the show, about the comics, about the artwork, about the fan fictions, about... And, no, when's the next update does not count as a question. The next update will be when I finish the update. We'll get there when we get there. Don't make me turn this website around. No. But seriously. I am chipping away at it. Some days it's much, much slower than others, but yes, there will be an update of pretty much everything eventually. Okay, now, seriously, there's 10 of you. Okay, who all is here? We got Remdog, we got Highland. Seriously, no, your name, C. Highland. Say it out loud. It sounds a little bit like saying Sieg Heil. That's kind of unsettling. But anyway, we got Highland, we got Cartoon Glutter, we got Archangel, we got Amiga Dragon, NOUKF, we got Remdog, and I think I've mentioned that there are 6 people in here that have not typed their names in. Please type something into the chat window so that we know you are here and your name and who you are, so we can say hello and pay all sorts of uncomfortable, undue attention to you. Oh, it's YouTuber 1752. I've been a YouTuber since 1752. It was a long wait for them to invent the internet. We had to send updates by passenger pigeon. Write them with quill by lamplight. The American Revolution really screwed things up for us for a while. Google was down for a whole week. Geezer humor. Of course, I'm technically a geezer. I'm 47 years old. 47 going on 100. Okay, we got... Okay, that's 5. We still got... Oh, somebody dropped out. Oh, they're fleeing. They ran away. They left. We had 10 of them, then we had 9, then we had 8. It is so sad. They leave us all alone. Why for you leave us? Why for you leave us? Where? They actually had a thing. Some guy in India. They were really honked off at their local internet service. They downloaded a bunch of files onto a. They did this. They set up their internet service. They started doing a transfer of files over the internet service. At the same time, they put a copy of the files on a thumb drive, attached it to a passenger pigeon, to a carrier pigeon, and let it loose. The carrier pigeon got there first. Not kidding you. It actually happened. And it was like last year or something, just 2 years ago. How successful do you think they were in embarrassing people into improving things? Not a bit, I bet you. I bet you the internet's even slower now. Because humanity sucks. Anyway, who have we got here? Okay, Mega Dragon, Remdog, C. Hayland. It's pronounced hay, not high. It's Frankenstein. And this is my assistant, Igor. Yes. And YouTuber 1752. And Cartoon... Did I say Cartoon Glutton twice? Is it Cartoon Glutton? Okay, that's 5. That still leaves 4 people who haven't said anything. Let us all together. It is now time for us to all laugh mockingly at them. Yes. Come on. Come on. You know you want to. Type something into the chat window so we know who you are. You don't want us to find out. Oh, we already got you, YouTuber. We're just trying to get there's like 4 people left who haven't said anything. 3 or 4. I lost count here. Woofy. Any ideas to expand on the Harry's Horcrux and My Little Hogwarts chapters of Oddments? Nothing much past a couple of vignettes, you know, a couple little scenes, I might do that, you know, just throw in a couple of, you know, throw in a couple of odds and ends. Well, that's what Oddments is for, you know, for when I'm, you know, for when all I have is an idea for a chapter or two. And that just won't leave me alone. I think I may do a chapter where Harry and his Horcrux first, quote-unquote, met. And of course, the main six and the Cutie Mark Crusaders have to bump into the Golden Trio at some point. There are certain scenes that everybody wants to see. Something about they want to see something. They want to see the scene, a variation on the scene with the troll. They want to see a variation on Harry's first day in Snape's class. They want to see, you know, they want to see something dreadful happen to the Dursleys. It says something about us. I don't know what it says about us exactly. That we acknowledge that the Dursleys abused Harry and how they mistreated him was horrible. But at the same time, we feel it's not horrible enough to justify anything happening to them. So most fan fiction writers crank up the volume, as it were, on Harry's abuse. You know, they have him half dead with broken bones, bleeding all over the place. You know, they'll throw in a little sexual abuse if they're really diseased, and you know, just or you know he'll be half starved to death, and he'll be covered in scars, and you know, just, you know. They've got to crank it up to 11 before people will admit, you know, that, yeah, this qualifies as abuse. But what does it say that we accept the idea of Harry being mistreated the way he was as being within bounds? I think it's partially a reaction to the fact we live in a society where even correcting a child gets people up in your grill. And make no mistake, when you peel away the comedy, the things that happen to Harry qualify as serious abuse. Locking him in a cupboard, barely feeding it, you know, just barely feeding him enough to keep him alive. You know, routinely basically feeding him whatever was left over after they were finished gorging themselves and their son. Forcing him to do all the work in the house. At one point, his aunt tried to hit him in the head with a frying pan, which, you know, sounds comedic. If she had connected, it probably would have killed him. And it's very obvious that they're used to, you know, let's take into account that they let Dursley, their son, beat him up on a regular basis. So that makes him culpable for abuse right there. But he's also quite accustomed to dodging blows from, you know, even canonically, he's accustomed to dodging blows from both Mr. and Mrs. Dursley. He's afraid to be within arm's reach. There are scenes where the guy throttles him. So, yeah, he was abused. You know, it wasn't as monstrous as would make the headlines, but it was bad enough. Anyway. Originally, the idea for Harry's Horcrux was that first it was going to be something of a semi-self-insert, where the protagonist wakes up stuck inside Harry's head. Then I thought about having Darth Vulcan take a side trip and end up stuck in Harry's head. The idea of putting Darth Vulcan, the ridiculously overpowered villain, Sue of his own story, in a position where he basically has little to no actual power, and where he has to help this pathetic stick of a kid survive. It seemed like an interesting contrast, but then I decided, nah. I haven't even come close to finishing the first Darth Vulcan story. Here's jumping over and starting a second one. No, I can't do that. But then I just decided on the idea of what. Then I thought about this. Here is this villain, Voldemort. He is literally ripping shreds out of his own soul to try and guarantee his immortality. But think about it. You are an immortal. You're a villain. You're a villain. What parts of your soul are you going to be willing to tear out first? And it occurred to me that a villain would tend to tear out whatever he thought of as a weakness. Things like compassion, temperance, restraint. And basically what it is that every time Voldemort made one of the Horcruxes, he would basically reach around inside himself, try and find anything that felt compassionate or merciful or temperate, or any of the other virtues you care to name, and yank it out. And what went into Harry's scar was the last scrap of human decency left in Voldemort. But because of the unusual way in which that last scrap was pulled out, it turned into something different. Oh yeah, letting Aunt Marge's dog attack him. That's pretty horrific, really. The boy could have been maimed. This is, you listen to all this stuff and you list all this stuff off and you realize what it is that oh, good grief. Hate that stupid song. J.K. Rowling, I think it was a cumulative mistake. She wanted Dumbledore to be involved in all sort in the story, but the problem is she made him too pivotal. It turned out that pretty much everything that happened to Harry, no matter how awful or miserable, Dumbledore had been instrumental in it happening, directly or indirectly. And you can't look back over the story without realizing, going by what's in the book, either Dumbledore was the most oblivious and just outright senile, just the most oblivious senile old protagonist, or he was an outright villain. He took an innocent baby and put it in harm's way deliberately. He took a child and put him in harm's way his entire life, over and over and over again. And many other things that happen in the books, putting Harry out. Many people have many writers have pointed out that you have to be just absolutely barmy. Can you imagine what would happen if the U.S. government found out that terrorists were trying to steal a suitcase nuke set, for example, and so they decided to hide it in a public school behind locks and puzzles that any teenager could crack? Can you imagine? Can you imagine the debacle if you had a headmaster, kids were dying in a school from some strange, unknown cause, and the teachers refused to shut the school down? We live in a day and age where we shut down for a snow day. Come on, hello! There's too many things, and Dumbledore is involved in too many of them. He can't plead being an innocent bystander. And he can't plead doing it for the greater good either, because the way he did things was the worst possible way you could do them. Now, in the first book, the first book was originally intended to be an innocent children's book, with all the cheesy tropes that come with children's fantasy stories, right from a kid being, the kid gets dropped on a doorstep in a basket, and onward. But the story went from being a one-off children's story to a 7-novel series, young adult. It went from being a kid's book to a young adult series, and the tropes did not scale up very well. That was one of Rowling's fundamental mistakes. The second is that throughout all the stories, for almost every single moment, except for a couple of paragraphs, literally for every, there was one chapter at the beginning of Deathly Hallows. No, not Deathly Hallows. One chapter at the beginning of the Half-Blood Prince. One, and only one. Where we saw the story, and Harry Potter was, we saw what was going on, and we saw a chapter where Harry Potter wasn't present. Her writing was ruthlessly one perspective. To the point that readers didn't realize when they were seeing things through rose-colored glasses that Harry was wearing. That the readers aren't very subtle, and they didn't pick up often on the biases that Harry had. Good example of that. There was a children's story years ago called "A Bully on Barkham Street," and the story is written from the perspective of the kid who's a bully. And my sister read it, and she hated the ending. Was he's not really a bully? People just don't understand him. What the problem was is she didn't realize that the entire, she was very young at the time. I mean, like, double digit, not even double digits yet. And she didn't realize that the point of the story was that the entire thing was written through the biased eyes of a bully, and that he hurt people, that he picked on them, that he frightened them, that he broke their things, and that it ended with it catching up with him, and him not learning the lesson. You don't really see that until you read the sequel, A Dog on Barkham Street, which is about one of the kids that was bullied by the kid in the first book. And it's a whole, basically it's a whole different world from this other kid's perspective. There's a lot of times in the story where it would have really benefited, in Harry Potter, where it really would have benefited from hearing the story, for instance, from Ron's perspective. For one thing, for most of the story, uh, Harry has a tendency, it doesn't really come across that he doesn't quite dwell too much on the fact that Hermione is seriously prejudiced. Not in that she's racist or bigoted or anything. It's just that she's very judgmental. She's she's got very set opinions that cannot be rattled loose by anything. And she's very bossy. She's very obnoxious. She's very demanding. She's very difficult person to live with. People get the foolish notion that Hermione and Harry, were the perfect couple, largely because of how they were portrayed in the movies. Scorsese, the director, Hermione was his favorite character, and he didn't like Ron very much. So he tended to give Hermione all the best lines, and then give her all the best lines Ron had too. And put in little extra scenes, like the one where Harry and Hermione were standing, in the tent in the last movie, they danced together, out of nowhere. This was not the Harry and Hermione from the book, because Harry flat out said, things were just not really a lot of fun when Ron wasn't around. They didn't see, and no matter how many clue bats Rowling brought out, and no matter how many clues she dropped like anvils in the middle of the story, that Ron and Hermione had better chemistry together than Harry and Hermione ever would. Nobody picked up on it. Nobody picked up on the fact that Hermione made mistakes, because Harry didn't pick up on it, so nobody else did. For one, the mistake, she assumed that Ron was mad at Harry in the Goblet of Fire because he was jealous. Anybody who had read the books would know it. Ron, he is not really jealous. He's envious of some of the things that other people have. How well they're doing, and he wishes that he could do better. But being jealous, Harry, no, that's not what it was about. He was mad because the first couple of chapters of the book, he and Harry were always joking together. How they would do it. How they would enter into the contest if they could, and how. And they even said, if I ever figured out a way, I'd tell you. Ron was mad because his best friend had apparently broken the rules again, gotten rewarded for it again, and wouldn't tell him the truth about how he did it. And God forbid that Ron believe that Harry actually had entered the Triwizard Tournament, that he had actually dropped his name in the Goblet of Fire. God forbid he should think that his friend, who has literally broken the rules every single year they've been at school, and more often than not has not been punished, or has even been rewarded for doing so. And God forbid Ron believe what every adult authority figure in the school believed as well. And quite frankly, think about it. They call Harry's name. Harry just stands up and meekly walks back to the room with the others. Why didn't he stand? this is the point where you stand up, Harry. This is the point, Harry, where you stand up and you say, but I didn't enter. Do you know how can you imagine how radically different that book would have been if Harry had just done that in the first place? And it's also, no, he never bothered to explain to Ron, what the others had figured out, that somebody had tricked the cup. He never took time to sit down with Ron and say, somebody's trying to kill me, dude. Ron got shirty, Harry got shirty right back, and away they went. Excuse me. Everybody passes judgment. I'm harping on this Ron thing. Personally, I didn't. There were times I didn't like Ron very much myself at certain points, not because of all the things other people complain about, but there were times that he didn't seem very grateful for what he did have. Excuse me. Bug flew down my throat. Blech. There was time he was always grousing about, how everything he had was secondhand. And how his, he would go from grousing, he would go from griping about how his mangy rat Scabbers was a secondhand pet, and to freaking out because Scabbers was missing. I'm like, make up your mind, kid. And then he gets Pigwidgeon, the little Scopes owl, a little bitty owl, as a gift, as a replacement for losing Scabbers. And and there's another scene later on in a couple books later where Pigwidgeon is acting up, and Ron just grabs him, just gripes, runs grumbling. Why is everything I own screwed up? I'm like, kid, really? Come on. But then I sat down. I've sat down and I've thought about it. Let's consider. Okay, Ron is sent off to school wearing secondhand clothes. He is literally so scruffy that Harry, who is also wearing little better than rags, is fits right in with him. Think about that. Harry has been basically made to live like a hobo, and Ron is in almost as bad straits. He's sent off to school with a wand, with a secondhand wand. Think about that. One of the canonical things in Harry Potter is that the wand chooses the wizard, and that the wizard has to the wand has to match the wizard as well as possible. Because working with somebody else's wand will never work as well as it will for you. It's using somebody else's wand, it'll never work as well for you. And then you have poor Neville. Everybody notices that Neville is forced to use his father's wand, and thus does so terribly. And he does so much better once he gets a new one at the end of Order of the Phoenix. But nobody notices that Ron was forced to work with a second-hand wand his first year. The one thing that should not be a hand-me-down. And that's all his family would get for him. And here's a kicker. Anybody that thinks that Ron's a duffer, think about this. He passed the first year using a second-hand wand. And then he passed the second year using a broken wand. Think about it. He broke the wand and it was held together with cellophane tape. And he still managed to get through all his classes for the entire year. He even managed to cast a spell wordlessly, which is supposed to be a real high-level, magical ability. Something you don't learn for several years. And there you have it. He was doing it in his second year. But everybody thinks he's a slacker and a duffer and a dummy. But anyway, he tends to complain about things, but he also tends to complain about things he worries about. So does everybody else in his family. You'll notice that his mother is constantly ranting and raving about her offspring and how they're making her life miserable, but she loves them to death. He comes from a where he comes from a family where grousing and griping is perfectly normal. And then there are people who say, he has the emotional depth of a teaspoon. No, that was Hermione. Hermione said that he had the emotional depth of a teaspoon. In fact, Ron is a very emotional guy. And when you watch, he gets upset and concerned and worried and frantic about things. He gets mad and he marches off rather than get in a fight. Hermione's the one that's pretty shallow. Consider this. You have a pet cat. One of your friends has a pet rat. And you are constantly bringing that, and the cat is constantly going after the rat. Anytime the cat sees the rat, it goes after it, trying to kill it. And what do? You go from your dorm room to his dorm room with your cat under your arm, knowing darn well that his pet rat is liable to be out and running around. Just how insensitive is that? And then she finds out that the rat has gone. The rat is missing, and guess who suspect number one is? Oh, gee, imagine that. The cat that's been trying to kill him. How dare he suspect the one character with a motive? And she gets all bent out of shape and goes, oh well, he was an old rat anyway. Yeah, but he was Ron's. She can be an outright soulless bitch, and again through the book, she's cruel to him. She's physically assaulted him. She's even cast spells at him that could have scarred him permanently. That girl's got a bag, and she says that he has the emotional depth of a teaspoon, Projection, honey, projection. And everybody dumps on Ron because he criticized, think about it. The poor Ron, he goes to school. He finally gets away from his nagging, smothering mother. And he sits down and he finds himself sitting next to a girl who is just like her. She's a swot. She's a snoot. She's conceited about how smart she is. And the first thing she does is start loudly lecturing him in front of the entire class about how to do the assignment. And everybody flips out because later on Ron's talking to Harry. Oh, she's an absolute nightmare. And Hermione overhears him. Okay, let's see. Okay, she's eavesdropping. And she hears something she doesn't like. What a surprise. But every other fanfiction writer portrays it that Ron basically, they practically portray it as Ron standing up on the tables in the middle of the Great Hall, screaming imprecations at her. He's such an ogre. And what does she do? She was rude and inconsiderate to him from the very moment they met. She came into their train compartment with her nose in the air, and basically insulted him, insulted how shoddy his magic was, and bragged about how she had read all the books already, and every spell she had tried had worked. Hermione, quite frankly, was the kind of girl that those two boys wouldn't have wanted to be within 100 miles of. An obnoxious teacher's pet. But because she overheard something Ron said and spent the whole day hiding in a bathroom, blubbering like moaning Myrtle. Oh, Ron, that horrible Ron, boy. He doesn't deserve to live. He should die in a fire. The troll should have eaten him. Why? That poor kid, Ron. I feel so sorry for I feel sorry for Ron. Because no matter what he did, nobody gives him any credit. I mean, okay, I repeat to you. One, he's an arachnophobe. So much so that a single teeny tiny spider no larger than his thumb is enough to send him in hysterics. And he willingly walked into the Forbidden Forest next to Harry to talk to a spider the size of a bus. Into a nest of spiders big enough to wear sweaters. Okay? Tell me again how he's a coward? This is the same kid that dove down, head first down a drain to face a basilisk because he thought his sister was in peril. This is the same kid that stood between an escaped, everybody thought was an escaped homicidal killer from Azkaban, and his best friend. He stood there on a broken leg and said, "You're going to have to go through me first." In the movies, they gave that line to Hermione, while Rupert Grint lay in the background, whimpering and shivering. Time and time again, the kid stepped up. And everybody, he betrayed Harry on the Horcrux. No, he didn't. Harry had been telling the other two, go home, go home, go home. Harry didn't have a family to worry about. Harry's even the Dursleys had packed up and moved away. Hermione's family, she had erased their memories and sent them off to Australia. Their families were safe. His wasn't. And every day he was out there hunting for the Horcrux was another chance for Voldemort's men to come around and find out, hey, guess what? Ron Weasley isn't sick up in bed in the Weasley's house. And everybody forgets the fact that this entire time, these three kids, brilliant geniuses that they are, have been wandering around. They haven't been doing anything. They haven't accomplished anything. They don't know where to go. They don't know where to start looking. They don't even know what they're looking for. But they're on a crusade, and and Ron's the traitor for leaving this fiasco behind, even temporarily. That was another thing. Again, Rowling's terrible habit of ruthless one-point perspective. even when it would have made so much, even when it would have made more sense to switch the perspective of the story to find out what the other kids and the other characters in the story were doing while they were out wandering in the wilderness. We're forced to sit there and watch them sit in a tent in the rain for chapter after chapter while nothing happens. You know, these three are wandering around. They're doing nothing. They don't know where to look, and they're walking around wearing one of the Horcruxes around their necks for safekeeping, quote unquote. Because none of them, none of them has a clue how to destroy the Horcrux. Thank you so much, Dumbledore. There's a point when cryptic, there's a point when cryptic mentor becomes pointless a-hole. Okay. I'm sorry. When the mentor fails. Obi-Wan Kenobi failed the moment in Return of the Jedi when he revealed, "Oh yeah, I lied." It was from a certain point of view. That's Jedi for lied my ass off. But Dumbledore couldn't keep it down to one episode. He was routinely failing Harry and his friends from the first book all the way to the last. I attribute the fact that Harry named his youngest son after Dumbledore and Snape to the fact that he is a poster child for Stockholm Syndrome. Anybody that showed him even the remotest sliver of humanity, even briefly, he latched onto him like a limpet. It's pathetic. And no, I don't believe Snape was redeemed. He wasn't redeemed. He spent all those books. The best that could be said of Snape is that he wasn't entirely enthusiastic about Voldemort's plans by the ends of the books. Snape is a man who tried to play both sides against the middle and lost. He was a bigot. And think about this. Think about this fact. If Voldemort had picked Neville instead of Harry, Snape would probably still be a Death Eater. Snape was perfectly fine with the bigotry and the racism, and he was perfectly fine with all the violence and the murder and everything else that the Death Eaters got up to. He only balked when it looked like the failed romance of his past was going to be on the chopping block. Only when it affected him in the most personal way possible did he even object. And even then, he was only trying to play both sides against. He went to Voldemort and said, "Please spare Lily for my sake." And then he went to Dumbledore and said, "Save Lily for me." He didn't care. Note, he didn't care that James was going to be killed. He didn't care that Harry, a baby, was going to be killed. He only cared that the woman he wanted to hump was going to get killed. And how did he demonstrate his repentance from the dark side and his return to light? He spent the next 17 years sadistically bullying school children. Many reviewers, especially ones from Great Britain, they said any teacher in a British school who acted like he did in the first book alone would have been fired. He mocked an orphan boy for the fact that he was a celebrity because his parents were dead. And that's just for starters. He was a horrible man. He was not a tragic romantic figure. And by the time of his worst memory ever, Lily made it clear she had gotten sick of him already. She said, "I've been making excuses for you after excuses for you, and this is it. Goodbye." And everybody talks about what an ogre James was, and the Marauders. They're forgetting. Okay, yeah, they picked on Snape. He was a Nazi. Snape was a he was the equivalent of a neo-Nazi. He was a skinhead who hung out with other skinheads and pulled horrible tricks on other kids, especially Muggleborns. Lily tries to take him to task for that. What happened? She mentions one of her schoolmates who's a Muggleborn. She says, what they did to her was unspeakable. And why did you, And he said, and all Snape did was stand there and try and justify himself for being, a tag along to this. The reason the Marauders picked on him is, he's just there. James wasn't exactly the most verbal of people, obviously. They did it because from the very first day of school, Snape was set on going to the dark side. He joined Slytherin. He started tagging along after the Death Eater kids. And how the hell do you explain that to your school board? Oh, we have this one house where we put all the neo-Nazis and skinheads and homicidal racists, so they can fester together. But no. And consider this: when Harry looked into the all we were seeing was Harry's perspective once again, and all Harry was seeing was Snape's perspective. And it goes without saying that Snape's perspective is incredibly skewed. At the end of the day, the only person, all we have as proof that Snape had given up the dark and joined the side of the angels, is Snape's word for it, and Dumbledore's gullibility. His faith in Snape panned out real good for him. Deader than disco and lying at the bottom of the astronomy tower. I think pretty much everything that happened in the final book was basically Rowling doing a terrible rush job. What it was is that she had, the first couple of movies, I noticed it, even in the last couple of books, the descriptions of, for instance, Snape started to sound more and more like descriptions of Alan Rickman. Gee, I wonder why. And she was desperately trying to fish a last-second redemption story out of a well. She was trying to draw water from an empty well there. The last book was a serious disappointment for a lot of reasons, that one in particular. She'd been building up to an epic conclusion, which basically sort of walked in, went, and fell over on its side. Oh, yeah. And again, all we have for proof that James was a bully is the word of a rather guilt-ridden werewolf. And and the asshole victim himself, Snape. And even then, they admitted, Snape gave as good as he got. Consider this: James's idea of a prank was to pants the guy in front of the rest of the school. Snape's idea of retaliation was to invent the Sectum Sempra spell. The one that slashed you up like a face full of razor blades. Think about that. And in fact, that particular spell, according to one quote by Remus Lupin, that was his signature spell. The way Expelliarmus became Harry's. Think about that. Well, all the flaws in the story, all the flaws in Harry Potter and all 7 books, it comes down to the fact that Rowling wasn't really thinking out the entire series all the way through. She didn't sit down and have a synopsis for all 7 books. She probably didn't even know there was going to be 7 books. Consider that each subsequent one was about 3 or 4 times the size of the one before it. I think it became, when I saw all the movies, I think it became clear that Rupert Grint was really not going to portray Ron very well in the second movie. Now, in the books, when the Crashing in the Tree, Ron, he rolls with it. He's honked that his wand is broken. But he gets he's snarking the entire way. I can't believe out of all the trees we had to hit the one that hits back. Because he ran into the Whomping Willow. But unfortunately, this was the point where the directors started trying to play Ron as a combination of Scooby and Shaggy. The cowardly comic relief. Because I remember they landed in the tree and Ron's like, my wand! And I'm like, what is that from? I knew he wasn't getting a fair shake when, in the first book when, Ron was supposed to be the Indian guide. He was supposed to be the native guide. You could see that, Rowling didn't really make good use of that. She didn't really drive home the point that, while Hermione was book smart, she wasn't very smart about the wizarding world. The only really true example of Hermione's ignorance was how she tried to treat the house elves. But Rowling didn't really exactly go out of her way to let Ron step up and say, this is how it is for house elves. This really isn't going to work. He did say a couple of things, but he really didn't get the spotlight as the alternative opinion, as the voice of the culture he came from. People forget it. You take a culture or society. There are a lot of things in any society that are stupid. They're stupid. They're wrong. They're immoral. But a lot more of them. A lot of them. Many of them only seem wrong or stupid to an outsider until you understand why they came to be, how they came to be, and what purpose they serve. That should have been Ron's role, to explain, to make it clear that, for all the problems that the Wizarding World had, this is why we do things this way. This is why doing something that seems so irrational makes sense, and so on and so forth. But instead, more and more, Hermione was portrayed as the only voice of logic, reason, and knowledge, even when she was going completely bonkers over something she knew nothing about, and nobody corrected her. Nobody corrected her. Anybody that tried, like Ron, was smacked down for it. And really, Rowling really didn't go out of her way to explain what the relationship between house elves and wizards was. A lot of writers have extrapolated, come to deduced, or assumed that there must be some sort of symbiotic relationship, right? And everybody got a different, slightly different variation, but it boils down to that house elves have to serve a wizard because they don't have any magic, and if they don't, they die or something. They come up with variations on that, but once in a blue moon. But Rowling never really bothered to explain. The farthest she went was to portray the house elves as being, slavishly loyal, for lack of a better term. Loyal as house pets to their families, and that they loved working for their families. She didn't really, just missed opportunity. What can I say? Missed opportunity. She also didn't, of course, she also is very bad at building. Or look, consider what the Wizarding World consists of. Hogwarts, Hogsmeade, which we only get a few glimpses of, Diagon Alley, Nocturne Alley, and of course, the Dursleys on the edge. That's a very small world. If you think about it, it's a very small world, very, very, very minimalist picture of what has to be a society that encompasses the globe. We don't even hear of other schools existing until like the 4th book. And then we only hear of 2 of them. You don't get me started again on the economy in the Wizarding World, or their money, or their sports. Or their version of mass media. Or the simple fact that it's ridiculous. It is ridiculously impossible for people like, for the wizards who live in the nooks and crannies of the larger Muggle world to be so ignorant of Muggles. In the first book, they weren't that ignorant. In fact, Draco Malfoy brags about how, it's mentioned in passing, he brags about what a great broom flyer he is, and how he nearly had a close run-in with a helicopter. By the 3rd book, they don't even know what a helicopter is. They can't even pronounce electricity. course, no fiction writer is going to be perfect about building the world that their characters are in. There is always going to be gaps and contradictions and missing pieces. One of the things I've been bugged about by readers, for instance, is the monetary system for Quentin Quinn Space Ranger. Now, what kind of money do they use? I'm adamant they do use money. And I've come to, I've had to think about that a lot. I really have. And I've come to a basic conclusion. My basic translation of it is basically beyond the planetary. All economy is basically barter. Certain things on most common planets, like gold, for instance, gold being relatively scarce on Earth-type planets, relatively. Very inert, very it becomes a common commodity currency on those planets. But out in the great beyond, the formula changes. You see, it's like this. When an economy forms, you take a bunch of tribes, villagers, tribesmen, cavemen, whatever you want to call it, and they come together. All exchange in this is initially barter. I have this many coconuts. I'll trade you 5 coconuts for 2 lobsters. Or something like that. I have so many fish. Can I trade you for some animal skins? That kind of thing. And barter goes on all the time. And in the process of bartering, eventually, a particular commodity or two will shuffle towards the top of the stack. That trade commodity becomes de facto the one thing that everybody will trade for or with. It becomes de facto money. In many cultures, there's been all sorts of things. Seashells, big stone wheels, pressed tea leaves, all sorts. But the most common on Earth, at least, is gold, because it's shiny, it's pretty, it's fairly easily mined and fairly easily worked, and it doesn't corrode or corrupt. It's easy to break down into change. It's very easy to turn a lump of gold into 2 lumps of gold, and the amount available in the immediate economy is generally stable. Even when there's huge dips and rises, like in a gold rush, prices go up rapidly, but then they go back down as everything stabilizes. Either everything goes back down or it stabilizes at a new higher level. But in an interplanetary scenario, there would be some races that have no interest in gold, or for whom it's even toxic, so they would trade in something else. You would have societies that have gold out the wing-wong, and you have societies that have never even seen gold and aren't that particularly thrilled about it. It's this cheap, soft, mushy metal that can't be used for hardly anything. They're not going to be interested. So, on an intergalactic scale with multiple races, all trade would eventually it would devolve back down to barter again. money would be exchanged, but the money would almost be as much barter as anything else. You know, and it would be almost impossible for a singular currency to arise because there would be no commodity, no one single commodity that every species could use that would be easily stored, fungible, and stable in amount, and that would not corrode or be used up. This is why you don't want money based on something like, perishables. The South tried to use cotton as a standard because cotton was pretty darn valuable back then. It was, in those days, cotton cloth was an epic leap upward from wool. So you can imagine. But, it didn't work because when you use a commodity like cotton, every time there's a boom crop, the value of your money drops. Every time there's a drought, suddenly you got scarcity, and the value of the money goes up. It makes for an unstable economy. Anybody who did a lot of interstellar travel, traders or space rangers, would, this is another reason that artificial intelligences and robotics would be so important, because you need a secretary to keep track of all the different things that would, and might be traded for something you needed. It wouldn't be that, it wouldn't be so bad, it's not going to be like, go on World of Warcraft. Go play World of Warcraft sometime. They have something like 20 different versions of currency. The main currency is gold, gold coins, gold, silver, copper. But there are dozens of different kinds of currency that can be used for different commodities and different things that you can buy around the game world. And you have a pop-up that is specifically dedicated to keeping track of them all. I've got thousands and thousands and thousands of points in various forms of World of Warcraft cash that are just, they're basically useless now because I've leveled up past the stuff they buy. But I can't get rid of the money. This is why I say fiat currency would never be allowed out in interstellar trade. Never. Because it would be theft. It would be fraud. Fiat currency is basically writing a receipt for commodities you do not have, and then trying to trade with nothing but the receipt. That's theft. It's a con game, and no interstellar community would tolerate it. They couldn't afford to, because fiat currencies always collapse. There's nothing anchoring, the number of There's nothing anchoring the number of quatlus to any commodity, to any concrete number. Now, having replicators, that changes the formula a lot too. One of the most commonly traded commodities in a replicator heavy society would be blueprints, patterns for the replicator to use, much in the way that computer games and computer programs are heavily traded in a internet heavy society. The ownership of intangible goods such as intellectual property, that's the word I was looking for. The ownership of intellectual property would be a very serious issue. And also the necessity of recognizing that ownership of intellectual property degrades over time. The more copies there are of an intellectual property, the more rapidly it is becoming common knowledge. After a certain point, you can no longer claim any control over the idea because it's propagated too far. It's rather like, imagine the idea of somebody patenting the wheel. They invent the wheel, and they patent it. Make wheel, me make wheel. You pay me make wheel. And for a while, that's fine. But eventually, pretty soon, every caveman in the burg knows how to make a wheel, just from observation, just by osmosis, if you will. And so, him trying to force everybody else to pay him to make a wheel, it becomes preposterous. And so the idea for the wheel descends into the public domain. And so the guy who invented the wheel has to come up with something new. Ooh, me make fire. Yeah. If he's going to stay ahead of the curve. This is why intellectual property has an expiration date. And this is why there are so many companies that abuse it. Like Disney. Like those people who laid claim to a trademark, to a copyright on Happy Birthday. People have been literally arrested over that. That was, having Happy Birthday on their computer was regarded as proof that they had other copyrighted materials on their computer too. All the same, I think the most commonly traded commodity would be intellectual property in a intergalactic, multi-planetary society. Is the one thing that that would easily transfer from one species to another, whether they breathe water or breathe air. whether they were plant or animal or plant, or a talking cloud of gas. Some people would be paid for original content. Others would be paid for collecting and collating stuff that had descended into the public domain. You know. Meme herders, if you like. Meme hunters. And it would be the one thing that would be easily modifiable from the owner, from the recipient's perspective, to accommodate any differences they had. This is why I made the RIAA the villains in one arc, because any organization that hoards information and actively works to keep other people from accessing it or from making it grow or expand, you know, they're a threat to society as a whole. They're a toxin. They sterilize and smother what should be watered and cultivated. Okay, it is midnight. I think it is well past time for me to call it a night. Now, I want to say thank you to everybody who tuned in. I'd like to say a special thank you to the people who've been ordering commissions and also ordering books, DVDs, and other things. I'm still working on the DVD issue. I want to thank you all. I want to thank my Patreon patrons. Thank you for your ongoing support. And I will be I'm chipping away at it. We'll be having an update by the end of this week of as many things as I can update. I will say no more on that matter. But if you're interested in making a mission, just go to my website www.rhjunior.com and check out the store, the online store, or the commissions link, and just follow the instructions. If you're interested in being a Patreon patron, go to my website www.patreon.com/RHJunior. No punctuation. Pardon. Now, I will see you all. I'll see you sometime in the future, as opposed to the past. But I'll see you sometime. I'll probably see you tomorrow. You all take care of yourselves, and you have yourself a good night. This is Ben Spleen Squeezins. This has been Spleen Squeezins.